Okay, that's the ad.
Just make an ad work.
Yep. All right, there we go. Sorry about that delay. We had some issues getting the streaming software to do what we wanted it to. So, how are we all doing today? Good afternoon. It's nice out where we are. So we're in Train Sim World 6. We're going to be taking a look at some of the new content, specifically the Morristown line and the new equipment that comes with that line. So let's go down and find it. Here we go. I'm not getting any sound out the headphones.
Switch on.
Uh-uh.
Bluetooth, right? 2.5.
No, 2.4.
Yeah.
There we go. There's the sound. All right, so I figure we can start off in the dual mode. We'll run a service out to Summit, and then we'll come back in on Arrows. Alright, so we want to do Hoboken to Summit. Oh, this is actually not too bad. That's in the evening. I want to be a little bit earlier in the day. We could do this actually. Yeah, there we go. So let's do. Alright, so let's get started.
Pull it up on your phone just so you can see
Okay.
it.
Alright, so let's unlock the doors on the left-hand side. Perfect. So we're going to insert the reverser, cut the brakes in, reset a full independent. Going to go to release. Okay. Headlights to bright, ditch lights to manual. We're going to go to the back wall and head and power. Switch on the safety systems. Oops. Alright, that has to be held for 5 seconds for the head and power to work.
Hey, you remember to turn the head on this time.
Yeah. Okay. We should be So we're in electric mode because this is an electric captive service, but I'm gonna switch to diesel mode just to demonstrate how to do it for those of you who haven't seen it yet. So you're gonna hold the fault reset.
Diesel mode requested. Press the fault reset push button for 3 seconds to confirm.
And you're gonna press it again to confirm.
Transition into diesel mode started. Diesel mode engaged.
Okay, so diesel mode is active. So we're gonna close the doors down. And we are going to depart Hoboken. so we're going to perform a running brake test here. It's going to take 12 pounds on the air. Go to hold. Go to release. Alright, good running brake. Alright, where are we stopping? We're stopping at the Meadowlands Maintenance Complex for employees. Broad Street, East Orange. Oh, we're making... Oh, this is all local stops. Okay. So we're only going to go as far as Summit, and then we'll get off there, we'll relinquish the train, and we'll see if we can find an arrow service to run back in. Speeding, not paying attention. Yeah, so I was just doing a very abbreviated terminal setup there. You would test the horn, obviously, when you enter the equipment. So that is what I was doing. I wasn't actually honking to leave. I also didn't perform a Class 1 brake test, so it's like, is whatever. Alright, so we should have... How many cars is this thing? There's 8 cars. So we had 8 multi-levels and 1 dual mode. There we go. Hello, Neil. Okay, so one of the operational rules in the tunnels here is that you have to have the bell on. So we will have the bell on for the duration that we were traveling through the tunnel. If anyone's just joining us, we are currently streaming Train Sim World 6. This is still currently in early access. If you purchase the deluxe edition, if I'm not mistaken, you have access to the game as of right now. For those who did not want to pay extra and are just wanting to wait for the general release, that's going to be this Tuesday, so September 30th, I want to say. So it's not too far from now. Honestly, I would just wait. It's a lot cheaper. you're getting the same content just half a week later. So there's really no rush for you to get your hands on this. You'll have it once you have it. So we're currently on the New Jersey Transit Morristown line, or more accurately, the Morrison Essex line. And we are currently in the ALP-45 dual mode locomotive, leaving Hoboken on train 607. The reason we are in diesel mode is because that there's an operating rule that governs the operation of New Jersey Transit's dual mode engines. They have to be in diesel mode between Newark Broad Street and Hoboken. There's two reasons so there's two reasons that the dual modes have to be in diesel mode. They're kind of interrelated reasons as well. So the first and foremost reason is that you aren't allowed to make mode changes in Hoboken Terminal proper because the train shed in Hoboken is made of copper. And because the dual mode engines only have one pantograph, when you raise and lower the pantograph, there is a risk of electrical arcing between the pantograph, the wire, and the copper train shed. So that is why you cannot do mode changes in Hoboken Terminal. Now, the second reason plays off the first reason in that a lot of the New Jersey Transit consist rotations involve trains coming in on one line and potentially going back out on another line. So, for example, you might have a Morrison Essex line train that comes in to Hoboken and then it turns around and then immediately goes up onto the main line or the Bergen line or the Pascagoula Valley line. So you're coming from an electrified line to a non-electrified line. And because you cannot make the mode change in Hoboken Terminal, you would have to do that before you got to Hoboken Terminal. So the logical place for you to do this would be at Newark Broad Street. Could you restrict, I guess, dual mode locomotives that are in electric mode to stay on, I guess, electric territory? Yes, but that does remove some of the operational flexibility there that they're going for. So that is why dual mode locomotives on New Jersey Transit are running in diesel mode between Hoboken and Newark Broad Street. Another rule that governs diesel electric operations is their track speed here is actually different on the employee timetable, whether you're electric or, depending on whether you're electric or diesel. So right now on the heads-up display, you can see that I'm technically good for 75 miles an hour, but because I'm in diesel equipment, I'm actually limited to 60 miles an hour. So that is what we will be doing. It's a local train. We're making all stops, including the employee stop. So coming up on, it says it's Meadows, but the name is actually Sanford's. So we're coming up on Sanford's, so I'm gonna shut off. We're gonna take a 12-pound reduction here, see where that does for us. Okay. Quick employee stop. This is the Meadowlands Maintenance Complex, so if you take a look around, this is New Jersey Transit's main yard. It is a bit empty, but that's okay. Means our graphics aren't hampered by the absurd amount of trains that's normally in here. But very well modeled. You have the pedestrian footbridge that connects the building on the other side of the right-of-way to the main maintenance complex building. And you have your little employee stop equipped with the little bus shed here. It's a cute little thing. Okay, let's close down and proceed. We are a bit sluggish because we are in diesel mode and we have 8 multi-levels behind us. So even though the engine is technically rated for 4,200 horsepower in diesel mode because the engine has to supply head-end power to the coaches, you're actually really only getting about 3,000 horsepower to the rail after head-end power loads are subtracted from the diesel engine alternator output. So train performance is going to be noticeably slower when in diesel mode compared to electric mode, where you have the full, I want to say it's 4,000 kilowatts of power in electric mode to the rails. So that's about, I want to say that's about 5,300, 5,400 horsepower in electric mode compared to 3,000. So yeah, there is a noticeable difference in performance between the two modes. Alright, coming up on 60 miles per hour, so we're going to throttle down so we don't exceed that timetable speed limit for the equipment. And then we're coming up on Harrison, where there's going to be a forced cab drop to 45 miles an hour to protect the 30 mile an hour curve coming up over the drawbridge on the Hackensack River. Or I guess that's the... which river is that? That's the Passaic River. I think. Yeah, that is the Passaic River. So... take a 10-pound reduction here, start bringing ourselves down so we don't have to go to suppression when we get the cab drop. We can just acknowledge the alarm and be on our way. I would definitely be in favor of adding in PL42 ACs and common equipment to this game. I think really the PL42s are really the only major piece of New Jersey Transit equipment that has not been simulated across both Train Sim World or Train Sim Classic. Train Sim Classic, you have the Comets, you have the Jeeps, you have the F40s, you have the dual modes, which don't really work right. You have the...
The next station stop is Newark Broad Street. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
You have the ALP-46s, which I have also modded into ALP-46As in terms of sound. You have the arrows. So yeah, basically, the PL-42s are really the last piece of equipment that you don't have, at least current equipment that you don't have for either form of train simulator that Dovetail has released. So that'd be nice to see in the game. Alright, Newark Broad Street. Doors will open on the left.
This station stop is Newark Broad Street.
Okay. Newark Broad Street, we are going to switch back to electric mode here for the rest of the trip to Summit and beyond. This sign here, special instruction 1005-6, is the special instruction that governs dual mode operation. So that's if you read the actual instruction in the handbook, that's the one that tells you have to be in diesel mode between Newark Broad Street and Hoboken. Those signs also exist at Dover and Montclair State to remind engineers that are heading west of those locations to switch back to diesel mode because the wire ends there. But yeah, so that's, if you're wondering, that is what that sign is telling you. Okay, so electric mode, we're going to command the pan up key.
Electric mode requested. Command the pan up for 3 seconds. Transition into electric mode. Start. Electric mode engaged.
Okay, so the diesel engines don't shut off right away when you transition into electric mode. That is normal. There is a 2-minute cooldown sequence that the engines run through when you transition into electric mode. So they will remain in idle for about 2 minutes after you transition, and then after which that point they will shut off. So let's shut down and proceed on to the next station before we make ourselves any later. I don't know, man. Cherry makes a good argument there. I think if they made the PL-42s, we would see world peace. Alright, so you'll immediately notice we're on a 1% grade, and in electric mode, I'm picking up speed like nobody's business. So yeah, so there's your demonstration on the differences between electric mode and diesel mode in terms of acceleration anyway. Alright, so we're coming up on a 45-mile-an-hour signal restriction to protect the 35-mile-an-hour curve at Roseville interlocking. So we're going to throttle back and just let the train coast nicely up to 45. That's the diesel engine shutting off. Coming up in 35, so we'll shut off and let the train speed fall down to the target speed. So we're upgraded back to a clear signal. See if we can make up some of this time before we get to Summit. We should be able to. There's a lot of schedule padding on the M&E trains.
The next station stop is East Orange. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
Alright, coming into the final curve before the station. We're gonna take a 14-pound reduction. Let's come in nice and easy. Thanks for the sub. Thanks for the sub, Josh and Ingrid. Okay, go to EP hold. Graduate brakes. Come to a nice, smooth stop.
This station stop is East Orange.
Okay. Cool. Goes down. Alright, let's see how fast we can get this train up to before we have to come to stop at Brick Church. It's about a half a mile between Brick Church and East Orange, so really not a lot of distance between these two stations to pick up any sort of speed.
The next station stop is Brick Church. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
Really the only equipment that you can do this in would be arrows. Arrows will just hit 60 miles an hour before you actually have to take a break for the next station. So we're gonna shut the throttle off right about here. We've hit about 45, which means I think I'll take a 12-pound reduction. Probably give her a little more. About 18 pounds there. Down to 20 pounds here. And I think we'll leave it at 20 pounds. Go to EP hold. And graduate off for a nice smooth stop. There we
This
go.
station stop is Brick Church.
Alright, cool.
The next train to stop on track 3 will be the 6:41 a.m. westbound train to Dover, stopping at Highland Avenue, Mountain Station, South Orange, Maplewood, Milburn, Short Hills, Summit, Chatham, Madison, Convent, Morristown, Morris Plains, Mount Tabor, Denville, and Dover. Please stand back from the yellow line. Watch the gap between the train and the platform when boarding.
Okay, so that was an example of the in-station announcements. Coincidentally announcing our train, which is running about 3 minutes late. Alright, next stop will be Orange. Orange will be next. And yes, so during the testing process, we made sure that the safety systems were working as accurately as possible. There's still a few things here and there that we have to iron out, but for the most part, the safety systems work as they should in real life. £20 on a station stop is a pretty heavy set, but if you take it in...
Orange. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
If you take £20 in increments, so like if you take £5 and then another £5, it's not that bad. If you take £20 at once, then yeah, that's a hard stop. But and if you don't graduate off before you come to a complete stop, that's also a hard stop. But if you take £20 in 2 sets like I just did there, it's actually not that bad. So we're gonna go to hold, graduate off, so we come to a nice easy stop at the end of the platform.
This station stop is Orange.
Okay. Okay, Highland Avenue will be next. I guess we should fix that breaker. I forgot to turn off random faults. I'm not a huge fan of that, honestly. But as long as we don't get anything major, I'll leave it on. We should see a couple TSRs every once in a while too.
The next station stop is Highland Avenue. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
We'll see if there are any consequential ones on our way up. Okay, so we'll shut off at the straightaway here. We'll take a 12-pound set. And we'll go down to a 20-pound set here.
The next train to stop on
EP hold, graduate the brakes off for a nice easy stop.
This station stop is Highland Avenue.
Okay, Mountain Station next. Yeah, a random fault having one of the diesel prime movers fail would actually be pretty interesting to have. Reduce your diesel power in half.
The next station stop is Mountain Station. When leaving the train, please watch the gap. This station stop is Mountain Station.
Okay, we're coming back. Coming back. We're almost back on time. I have a couple more stations to get back on schedule before Summit. So right now we are in the ALP-45 dual mode engine on the Morristown Essex line train number 607. We're making all local stops to Dover, but we're going to get off at Summit and try to find a set of arrows to take back into Hoboken. Okay, so
The next station stop is South Orange. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
So on track 3 at South Orange, there is a slight reverse curve coming into and out of the station, which is why we have this 45-mile-an-hour speed restriction here. So we're going to take a nice 10-pound set, get us started to slow down for the station stop. And once we're on the platform, I'm going to take another 5 pounds, go to 95 pounds on the brake pipe, come down another 5 pounds to 90 pounds, go to EP hold, and graduate the brakes off for a nice, smooth stop.
This station stop is South Orange.
Okay, so between South Orange and Maplewood, there is a phase gap. The engine must be coasting through the phase gap. In real life, there are track magnets that open the main circuit breaker, or MCB, for the phase gap. But because the track magnets aren't actually simulated in the game at the moment, there's a button on the console that I'm pointing to right now. It's called VCPB manual, which stands for voltage change or phase break manual opening of the MCB. So you're going to see signage for the phase gap on the catenary poles. PG is going to be what tells you the phase gap is coming up, and then at the following catenary pole there is going to be a triangular sign with a dot in the middle. That is going to actually tell you where the actual phase gap is. So we're going to put the engine into coast, and as we come up on this next cap hole, you'll see the PG sign. So that's where I will hold the manual MCB button open, and then at the next cap hole I will release that button to close the MCB.
The next station stop is Maplewood. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
You may have also noticed on the track, the magnets are modeled. So once we get to a stop at Maplewood, I'll go back and we'll take a look at the phase gap there.
Please stand by. This station stop is
Alright, so let's head back towards the phase gap. So as we approach from the west, you'll see right before the PG sign on this catenary bridge, you have the track magnets that open up the MCBs automatically in real life. And then at the next cap hole, you actually have the phase gap sign, which is here. And then it's not modeled on the wire, but in real life, you'll actually see the section insulators on the wire here. So there's about a 10-foot section of wire here that is actually unpowered. And then as you proceed further east, you'll see the phase gap sign on this side for that direction of travel, and then the other set of magnets on the track to close the MCB if you're traveling in this direction. So all phase gaps and voltage changes on New Jersey Transit are automatically handled by the track magnets. The only thing the engineer has to do is make sure the master controller is in coast. Okay, let's proceed on to Milburn. Yeah, so I do try to run the trains as close to how the guys in real life would. So in real life, obviously, you would not stop with the entire engine on the platform, because what's the point in doing that if your train is longer than the platform? In real life, actually, this train, it's got 8 cars on it. It's a reverse peak train coming out of Hoboken in the morning. So in reality, you probably only have the rear maybe 5 cars open. So I could actually even pull further forward off the platform if I wanted to, and I would still probably be platforming all open cars on the train. Alright, so I believe we're coming up on a 45-mile-an-hour signal restriction for the curve coming into Milburn. So we are going to take a minimum brake set here just to bring our train speed down. That way all we have to do is acknowledge the cab drop. Once we get to Summit, I am going to go into the settings and actually turn off
The
the...
next station stop is Milburn. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
turn off the station stop markers, because it's kind of, for me, it kind of takes you out of the simulation a little bit, out of the immersion, to see these like colorful things on the tracks telling you where the cars are supposed to be positioned. And it, frankly, I personally don't need it. So okay, Milburn. Yeah, Milburn's one of those weird stops where the one platform is way longer than the other one. I have no idea why. Okay, so Short Hills is on a 1.5% adverse gradient in this direction. So I am going to be showing you how to start your train on that grade without rolling back. So you might have noticed, if you were paying attention, when I left Newark Broad Street, I did not use the proper train starting technique there. So we did roll back a couple feet before the engine actually loaded enough to resume forward motion. So I will be showing you...
Stop is Short Hills. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
I will be showing you the proper starting technique for hills at Short Hills, which is an aptly named station because it is on a hill.
This station stop is Short Hills.
Okay, so what you're gonna want to do when you're leaving Short Hills, or any sort of station where you're on an uphill gradient, is you're going to bail off the engine brakes, but leave the automatic brake applied, and then you're gonna take power with the throttle. Once you see that the engine is loading on the IDU screen, then you can kick off the automatic brake. See how the engine took off now? There wasn't any rollback. I'm gonna turn on the sander in case we get some wheel slip. But yeah, so that is how you start a passenger train, or really, I guess, any train on a hill. At least the short version of it. Alright, so we're coming up on the 45-mile-an-hour restriction. The curve coming into Summit. We are still on a 1.5% uphill gradient, so I don't need to apply the brakes. I just need to notch down the throttle enough so the train speed falls, and once I'm at 45, we can notch back up to maintain 45. Going eastbound out of Summit, there's a trick you can use leaving Summit Station where you don't have to apply brakes early to keep your train speed at 45. So we'll show you how to do that once we grab an eastbound train.
Summit. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
Okay, so Summit, we actually do have some car markers on the wall here. So we're gonna pull up probably to car marker number 2, which is just underneath the street overpass.
This station stop is Summit.
Okay, so where does this put us? Here we go. Where's our train? So the first car's on, and the second to last car's on. Good. Okay, so gonna relinquish our train here. Can I get down this way and not get trapped? Ooh, don't want to do that. All right. So we'll go this way. Oh. Oop. 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 And then we're gonna climb up to this platform here. Oh, I forgot. I don't think they have climb-ups on at this station. I think they forgot to put that in. Oops. Okay, so we are dangerously on the tracks now. Let me see if there's a way I can get up to the platform here, because I kind of need to do that. Go do this. Whoop. Okay. Can we go onto the street and go over? No. Can we go upstairs into this building and go over? We can. Or, yes, we can. Yes, perfect. Oh, that's cool. This is actually a really neat place. Alright, so we want to be on this platform. Aha. Okay. I'm surprised it hasn't asked me if I want to relinquish the train yet. Let's see. What's the current time? Hang on. It is currently 7:09. And the next train to leave here is not for an hour. Awesome. Next train on track 2 is Penn Station, followed by another Penn Station train. And we got a Hoboken terminal train at 7:37, which stands to reason because I just missed a bunch of arrows going the other way. 6:26 to Hoboken terminal is at 9:05. Yes, I want to give this train up. When did it say the next train was? Next train was at 7:14. Oh, it's only 5 minutes from now. Alright, yeah, so let's wait for the next train. It'll be here in 5 minutes. And then, I guess we're not going to go into Hoboken on arrows just yet. We're going to go into New York Penn Station on 6314, which is, I believe, the local train Summit to New York. And it is currently waiting in the pocket. Oh, it's actually coming in now. So that train is pulling in now. Very good. Graphics settings. So this is not my setup actually. I'm using my buddy's setup. I'm not set up to stream on my own equipment. But if we go to, I guess, graphics, advanced settings. Yeah. So this is what his settings are. He also has a very high-end machine, which can handle the higher graphic settings. So, you know, your performance may vary depending on how beefy your machine is. Ooh, I said I was gonna do this actually. Settings, let's go player assist, that's not it. HUD and gameplay, there we go. Scenario marker on, scenario marker off. I think we're actually gonna turn scenario marker off too. Objective marker off. Track monitor is fine. Camera motion, automatic. Okay. Okay, apply. Okay, we'll go to gameplay. Random behaviors. Here we go. Random behavior frequency, signal delays enabled, temporary speed restrictions enabled, train faults disabled because I don't like those. Okay, I'll leave everything else on, that's fine. Apply. Okay, cool. Let's head over to the front of the platform so we can meet this train and take it over. Go the long way, go up. Up and down. Alright. Yes, I do want to take over this service. Alright, so which pan is up? Both pans are up. Why are both pans up? Let's see. Cut everything in. Make sure head and power is turned on. Let's sit in this. Actually, go back out because we want to take a look at pans. Alright, we got both pans up. We want to run with the rear pan up, so we want to change our pantograph selection to the B pan. That should drop the front pan. Good. Front pan's down. Sit in the engineer's seat. Make sure we don't have any lights we don't want here. Yep, good. Gauge lights on. Headlights are set on. Markers are off. Very good. Oop, what did I just do? Oh, that's not good. What the heck? Okay, there we go. There you go. All right. What else was I gonna test? Oh, yes. Brakes are cut in. We are. I should probably go to hold. Yes. Okay. All right. What are we doing? Okay, so this is a bug if you are in timetable mode and you abandon a train and you take over a new train, the timetable short key when you press T still shows the old train's your original train's timetable. So if you actually want to look at the current train's timetable, you actually have to go into settings and go to schedule, and that'll actually show you what the timetable is. So this train 6314 makes Summit, Milburn, Maplewood, and then expresses to Broad Street, and then New York Penn on track 9. So that's what we'll do. both pans send it. Yeah, it's not icy out, so we are not under a double pan order right now, Ben. Thanks. Okay, leaving time. Let's close down. Oop. Helps if you put the train in forward. There we go. Ball and Toker, thanks for the sub. Okay, so the trick to eastbound trains out of Summit is to shut off between 30 and 35 miles an hour and just sort of let your train coast towards the 50 mile an hour upgrade at the end of this left-hand curve. Assuming that you didn't shut off too late, you should actually be able to pass through that 50 mile an hour speed upgrade without touching the brakes. I am gonna probably apply some dynamic brake here because we are still going down a 1.5% grade, and I do want to use the dynamic brakes here to control train speed. As a note, the dynamic brakes do not work from the cab car. The cab car dynamic brakes are not set up to work, just like they're not set up to work in real life, so don't try to use the dynamic brake range on the master controller from the cab car to slow your train down. The only way to slow your train down when operating from the cab car is using the automatic brake handle. So, how do you recover pantograph fault from ALP-45? So, in my personal experience, I actually like if I'm running the ALP-45 in electric mode and it gives me the pan down fault, what I'll actually do is I will just go transition into diesel mode once I'm stopped. Then I'll run in diesel mode to the next stop, and then once I'm at the next stop, then I'll command the pan up to transition back into electric mode, and for me that usually works. Alright, passing through Short Hills Station. Ooh, we've got a 45 coming up here. So we're gonna take a break. Acknowledge, release. Yes, it is modeled.
The next station stop is Milburn. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
So yes, the mode change is modeled correctly on the 45. It will not let you do a power mode change if the 45 is in motion. You have to be stopped in order to initiate a mode change in the dual mode. Multi-levels are a bit quiet. In real life, the HVAC is pretty loud on these cars, actually. Okay, so it looks like they're sending us down track 1, which is the middle track here, so we should be crossing over at that next switch. And then we'll run express from Milburn. Actually, no, I think we make Maplewood. Yes, we make Maplewood. So it says we make Maplewood on track 2. We actually make Maplewood on track 1. Right now, the tracks between Summit and Hoboken are mislabeled. Track 1 is track 2, and track 2 is track 1. So the middle track is track 1. That is what we are going to be crossing over onto, and that is where we will be making Maplewood. So we'll make Maplewood on track 1, and then we're going to express to Newark Broad Street.
The next station stop is Maplewood. When leaving the train, please watch the gap. station stop is Maplewood.
Alright, so our next stop will be Newark Broad Street. We're going to express to Newark Broad Street, and then I believe we go straight into New York from there. We do not make Secaucus. So what I figure we'll do is we'll get into New York, and then we can go back out of the timetable, and then we can pick an arrow service from Dover, and we'll run that arrow service into Hoboken. And then after that, we can decide where we want to go if we want to keep going after that. Let's take, while we're waiting here, let's take a look around Maplewood. Ooh, express train. That is train 6614. Pretty cool. So for those of you who don't know, the NJT hiring office is actually in Maplewood. So if you were ever applying for a position at New Jersey Transit, in the operations department at least, so if you're applying for conductor, assistant conductor, or locomotive engineer, this is where you would have to go to actually attend your in-person interview, would be Maplewood Station. Having been here, it is a cute little town. It's a nice little storefront here. And then if you go west of the station, the street actually right here that I'm flying over right now parallels the tracks like this in real life. This is actually a really nice spot to train watch, because right over here you have designated parallel parking spaces where you can sort of just leave your car and just sit in your car and just watch trains go by. The best time of the day to do this is during the summer in the afternoon, so like after like 3 or 4 o'clock, when the sun has moved to like over here, so that the sun is actually shining on the side of the train that's facing you. But yeah, this is a really, really nice railfan spot for anyone who's in the area and doesn't know about it. Alright, so we are ready to leave. So let's shut down and go. The Cascading C, the ALP-46 horn is not changed. They reused the same horn that was on the Trenton ALP-46. It's the same horn. Also, another fun fact for those of you who might not know, that exterior horn sound is one of mine. I did record it off of a horn that I owned at the time. I no longer own that horn. Blew that grade crossing sequence for standing equipment. In regards to the quality or quote-unquote lack thereof of the horn sounds are off of New Jersey Transit horns, so whether or not you like them, they are realistic. In terms of TSW6, is it worth getting? I mean, if you really want the Morristown line, if you really want the arrows, you really want the dual modes, yeah, I mean, I think it's very faithfully recreated. I'm not saying that it's not without its bugs or inaccuracies. There are certainly things that could be improved, things that we're working through in the post-release bug fix process. But is it worth the money to get? I would make the argument yes. Is it worth it to spend the extra money to get it now versus Tuesday? I would say wait. Honestly, save I think it's like $30 that you pay for early access. Like, just pay the regular price for it. You don't need to shell out extra for an extra 4 days of use. Like, once you purchase it for regular release, you'll have it forever, unless you decide to return it. So just save your money, spend it wisely. But yes, is it worth the price of the standard release that they're asking for on Steam? Yeah, I would spend that money for it. I would say the arrows are a lot easier to use, actually, than the push-pull equipment. The brakes on the arrows are so much more intuitive to most people than the manual lap equipment that's on the push-pull stuff. I mean, the arrows literally, for me anyway, I would argue that the arrow brakes are easy mode, because the arrow brakes are just self-lapping. So you want more brakes, you pull the handle further over. You want less brake, you push the handle towards release. Whereas the ALP-46 multi-level cab car, the ALP-45 brakes with the manual lap braking, like, you really have to know and understand how the brake system works to use it properly. I'm sure the arrows might be more complex in other ways, but at least from my point of view, from my standpoint, I think compared to the rest of the equipment on the NJT roster, arrows are easy mode. Like, you can sit back and just sort of turn your brain off and still be able to run the arrows. Doesn't really, at least least for me, it doesn't really require much thought. The trick to the PTC actually ends up being knowing your territory and knowing when and where you are going to get signal drops. So obviously, if you're running assuming every signal is going to be clear, you're going to run into some cab drops that are going to come out of nowhere, and you're going to have to throw the brakes into suppression, which is at least a 15-pound reduction. And then that's going to result in heavy braking, the slack is going to run in and out, the train is going to jostle around. But if you know when to expect cab signal drops and when and where your PTC speed drops are, you can brake in anticipation of those drops, and that really sort of allows you to run a much smoother train. So we're gonna come up on a positive stop here at Newark Broad Street, so I'm not gonna accelerate past 45 because this signal is gonna bring me back down to 45. The next signal should bring me down to 30, so I'm gonna set up to take a minimum brake application to start slowing down in case I do get the drop to 30 here. Yep, and then that way we can go to suppression, acknowledge, and then we can release the brakes once we are under the target speed. But yeah, so really it's the key to running a smooth train is twofold. Know your equipment and know your territory.
The next station stop is Newark Broad Street. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
Yeah, and the thing I tell everybody, practice makes perfect. So you can start off absolutely not knowing what you're doing in any equipment, but once you get a feel for how stuff operates, you should be able to run the stuff enough times, sort of figure out how the train responds to your command inputs, and from there just sort of practice. The more you run, the more you operate, the more situations you encounter, the more seasoned you will become as an operator, and the smoother a train you'll end up running. That's really all there is to it.
This station stop is Newark Broad Street.
Okay. All right. Let's see. Ooh, I did get the light. Interesting. Ooh, arrows. What train is that? That is train... Oh, that's, oh, that's cool. That's train 208. So that train actually came from MSU, Montclair State, and it's headed into Hoboken. So, in terms of, I guess, breaking points and stuff like that, I will be uploading a route guide and a breaking point video for the Morristown line. I just have to find the time to do that. But I mean, differences, I guess, if you want to nitpick, track speeds on the Morristown Essex line are nowhere near as fast as they are on the Northeast Corridor. The fastest you'll ever get a train up to is 75 miles an hour between, I guess, Harrison and Lower Hack Draw. The rest of the line, you have a couple stretches where you can do 70. So you can do 70 on tracks 1 and 2 between Highland Avenue and the curve just east of Maplewood, and then you can also do 70 between Chatham and Morristown. But most of the line is 60-mile-an-hour line, so a lot of the stations are going to be shorter as well. You have a lot of stations that are 6 cars long, 8 cars long. You have Mount Tabor where the platform is only on one side. Yeah, I would say the Trenton line really is more of it gives you more of that like sort of intercity commuter regional type rail line where you have high speeds, long distances between stops, long platforms for long trains. The Morristown Essex line really is more of like your urban sort of commuter line, where stations are small, stations are closer together, the track is a lot curvier, track speed is a lot lower. The M&E is really sort of where, I guess you would say, equipment like the Arrow 3s shine, because the Arrow 3 is a very high acceleration, very good braking, very good for local services, start, stop. It really just is sort of a different, I guess, it's a different environment to be on the Morristown Essex versus the Northeast Corridor. It's just night and day if you want to look at it that way. Thanks for the sub, Paul. Alright, so we are coming up on Kearny Junction. Kearny Junction is where we are going to be crossing over the plant to access the Kearny connection tracks, which are going to bring us up onto the Northeast Corridor at Swift Interlocking. Kearny Junction is also where the overhead catenary voltage changes from 25 kilovolts AC, 60 hertz, to 12 kilovolts AC, 25 hertz. That is found on the Northeast Corridor. So same thing as the phase gap that I showed you between Maplewood and South Orange. There will be signage on the right-of-way, and we will... Well, I guess this button isn't functional on the 46, so I won't be pressing anything. But if you take a look at the IDU screen, you will see that we will lose power through the phase gap, and then it will come back, and we will go from 12 kV power to 25 kV power. So keep an eye on that screen. And yeah, thanks Dan for the sub. Yeah, so we're coming up now. We're gonna cross over. We are on the connection tracks now, so, or not quite. We have one more switch to do, one more switch to go. Okay, now we're on the connection track. So we have a green sign here that says phase gap, PG. That's where the power should end. Okay, no power. And then the power comes back right about here. So we should be on 12 kV now. We are on 12 kV, that is correct. So we are through the voltage change. Remember, the only thing you have to do to go through the voltage change is make sure the master controller is in coast, which it was not. I screwed up there, which is fine. So they're holding a Northeast Corridor train for us, which is odd. Normally they don't do that. Normally they hold us for the Northeast Corridor. But that's cool. And we'll just throttle out and we'll try to get up to track speed here. We are not stopping at Secaucus, so we should stay on track 2, which means once we're through the 60 mile an hour Restriction at the Portal Bridge. We should be good for 90 miles an hour all the way to the curve before the North River Tunnel portal. Train simulator guy. Yes, I am the one who recorded a lot of the sounds that you hear being used on the equipment. So the ALP-46 horn, at least the exterior recording is mine. The alerter sounds and the cab signal sounds for the ASIS system, which is what you see on the 46. The multi-level cab car. And the Arrow 3s. Those are all my sounds. That space alien alarm sound you just heard there for the overspeed alarm, that is also my recording. The Arrow 3 traction motor sounds are my recording. The brake resistor sounds are my recordings. The Arrow 3 main transformer fan spool up sound is also my recording. I'll try to show that off when we go to the Arrows in about 15 minutes. So yeah, there's a lot of sounds that are being used in the simulation that are actually, they were recorded by me and provided to Dovetail Games for use by me. I guess you could say I am blessed to be a local here, so I pretty much have access to the equipment to record sounds when I need to. Just go to the station, sort of just wait for things to happen. And yeah, so yeah, that's where a lot of these sounds come from. Is just my being where I need to be at the right time. Alright, Secaucus Junction, upper level. Coming through on track 2. Seems pretty empty for rush hour. I would expect to be more people on the platform, but I suppose this is just as good. Croxton Intermodal Yard. No trains, but plenty of containers. Alright, so we're going to shut the windows here because I don't want them open when I go into the tunnel. Okay. Coming up on that 75, so we're going to take a 11-pound set. Start coming down here, speed curve. So, what's the difference between the ALP-45DP and the ALP-46 in terms of driving and braking? Braking, they should be fairly similar. In terms of actually, like, motor power, the 46 is more powerful. The ALP-46 does have 7,000 traction horsepower. Whereas the ALP-45 does not have as much horsepower. Contrast on the screen. Cool. Other than that, the 45, so I like to think of the ALP-45 as sort of like a slower ALP-46. That's really all it is. And then if you put the ALP-45 in diesel mode, it's an even slower version of the ALP-45 in electric mode. That's really the main difference. From a control standpoint, it's 99% the same. The cab signal system is updated on the 45, so it has the access system, whereas the 46 uses the proprietary New Jersey Transit ASIS system. But other than that, the locomotives are very similar to drive, very similar to operate. They just handle a little bit differently. but from, you know, a control standpoint, they're basically the same. Jim Bob, hello. Thanks for joining us. We are coming into New York Penn Station. New York Penn Station will be the next and final stop on this train. After we get to New York, we will hop out of this timetable scenario and we will load up an Arrow 3 scenario from Dover so we can take a look at those cars. Yes, I am aware the bell is still active. Okay, coming up on our first cab drop here, we're going to come down to 45 miles an hour. Okay, hello, thanks for joining us, people. Once again, we are coming in on track 9 to New York Penn Station. We will be reloading into Arrow 3s after we terminate at New York Penn Station. So just hang tight. If you're waiting for Arrow 3 equipment, we will be in Arrow 3 equipment within the next 10 minutes or so. So we're coming up on a stop signal, so let's not run that. Okay, so we have a stop signal because there is a train pulling out in front of us. Once that train passes through, we should get the slow clear.
Stop is New York Penn Station. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
We should get the slow clear signal onto track 9 once this train clears the interlocking here. 12 car arrows on northeast corridor when? We can do that later in the stream if you want to see it. But I do want to at least show off the part of the line between Dover and Summit first. So we'll probably, what we can do is probably run arrows from Dover to Summit, and then once we get to Summit, we'll come out and we'll set up a scenario for a 12 car arrow on the NEC. Alright, come on 46. Let's go. I know we're struggling a little bit. There we go. Let's pick up some speed here. Let's get on to track 9. Hey! Welcome to the chat. Look out for the train. I guess you don't have work right now.
This station stop is New York, Penn Station.
Okay, shut the headlights off. Marker lights on. Brakes to handle off. Okay. Alright, a little bit of speeding here, but that's right. Alright, so we'll go to timetable. And we will load up in some arrows since you guys want to see that. Come on. Alright. Dover. Okay, inbound. We got Hoboken, Dover to Hoboken, Dover to Hoboken. 674. We could do 626, right? Yeah, because we're not going any further than. Actually, you know what? Let's do. Screw it. Let's do 608. Okay, custom weather. We'll do. Actually, you know what? Ooh, we could do October 26th. Cloud level. Let's go to like about a third. Wind strength 15%. Okay, cool. Let's see if we got any light at this hour. Maybe we go October 14th instead. Cloud level again. Wind strength. Ooh, there we go. Alright, let's do this. Okay, Dover to Hoboken. Ooh, dark. Alright, so this is actually going to be very interesting lighting. We'll get the sunrise here. So alerter on. Alerter fuse is on. Let's turn on the PTC. Yep. Control plug in. Cutout valve in. We are in full service, so the brakes are charging. Horn works. Oh, right. It is a little dark out. That's okay. The sun will rise as we head towards Summit. Let's see here. Okay, so this is one of those sounds that Dovetail did not showcase well in the preview stream, but I'm really proud of this sound being in the game. So I want you guys to listen to this sound. So I'm going to release the brakes and we're going to take power. And listen for those transformer fan spool up sounds. And there you go. That sound, to me, that's got to be one of the coolest sounds that you can hear on the IRMUs is that transformer fan spool up. Really only heard if the train has been sitting for more than about 5 or so minutes because the fans have to shut off. But a really nice place to hear them would be actually be at Princeton Junction because the Dinky does do that sometimes.
This station stop is Dover.
Thanks for watching. Okay, so where are we stopping here? So we're train 608, Dover to Hoboken, making Denville, Morris Plains, Morristown, Convent, Madison, Chatham, Summit, and then that's where we're going to end it here because I don't feel like redoing all local stops to Hoboken. That feels like a waste of time to me. Alright, let's close down and head on to Denville. Oh, okay. There we go with the door faults. Why you gotta be like this? Oop, found the door. Oh, no, that's not it. Not that door. It's always got to be like the last door on the train. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Alright. Pretty full for a rush hour train. This early in the morning. Pretty cool though. Okay, doors are closed. Let's proceed. But yeah, so going back to the whole arrow 3 brakes versus the push-pull equipment brakes, like I said, to me, at least, after running equipment with the manual lap braking, arrow 3s with the self-lap braking is like easy mode. Because like I want to slow down to this upcoming 50-mile-an-hour speed restriction, all I have to do is pull the brakes to like a minimum brake app and just wait for the train to slow down. Like, I don't have to go to service, then back to lap, and then to hold, and then to release, or any of that fancy, you know, complicated procedure that you need to use to operate manual lap brakes. I can just sort of pull the brake handle as far over as I need it to be to get the desired deceleration rate that I want. And the train just does what I ask it to do. So, arrows, easy mode. So the safety notch, back before they installed the alerter system, the safety notch could only be used when the train was at a complete stop and there was more than 25 pounds of brake pressure in the brake cylinder. Otherwise, putting the master controller in the safety position would cause the brakes to go into emergency. Nowadays, because the alerter system is installed on this equipment, you can just sort of leave it in the safety notch and it's not going to do anything to you. The safety notch really is there to prevent you from accidentally going into reverse, because the Arrow 3s don't have a traditional reverser. The controller is what is called a turret controller, and it moves clockwise from vertical for forward motion and counterclockwise from vertical for reverse motion. So the safety position is really sort of there to prevent you from accidentally going into reverse. Because if you look at the controller, there are actually detents in the controller that mean that you, in order to move out of safety, you have to press the yellow button on top of the controller to unlock the lock that prevents you from moving the controller out of those detent positions. So in order to advance the controller up a notch, you have to press the button. You do not have to press the button to go down a notch, but you do have to press a button when you're in safety to bring it out of safety. So that is basically what the safety notch in the controller is for, is to prevent you from accidentally going into reverse when you're in forward motion. If you do actually do that, I believe the train is supposed to put you into a penalty brake state. So the brakes should automatically apply and bring you to a stop. You're not supposed to be able to put the controller into reverse when the train is in forward motion. All right, 30 mile an hour signal here, so we're gonna come down to 30.
The next station stop is Denville. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
I am not actually using a rail driver. I am just using the keyboard right now. The rail driver, I would argue, is passable for the push-pull equipment because you have the separate master controller and also the brake handle. But for the arrows, I think the arrows it's kind of clunky because it wouldn't really translate as well.
This station stop is Denville.
So I do think that after we do some 12-car arrow shenanigans on the corridor, I do want to come back and take a look at making Mount Tabor eastbound with push-pull equipment, because the spots are interesting. Because eastbound, you'll see as we pass through Mount Tabor, the platform, there's actually not a platform there. So there's a track pad that allows you to cross over track 1 to access the train that is stopped on track 2 at Mount Tabor. Which requires some delicate spotting when you're running trains over here. Alright, so we're coming up on Mount Tabor Station. If you take a look at the tracks as we pass through Mount Tabor, you'll see that crossing pad from the platform on track 1. It's not a very big crossing pad, so it's just wide enough for a pair of doors to platform, like right here. So yeah, we'll come back to that at the end of the stream. Fall colors are really nice. That's why I chose to run in October. Just seeing, like, someone asked earlier what the difference between Trenton and Morristown was, and this is it. Like, Morristown, you're really sort of, once you get past Summit, you're really out in the woods, and it, especially during the fall, it can be extremely pretty out here with all the leaves changing colors and things. It is hell to run trains in the fall on this line, though, because the leaves make it extremely slippery. The rails are extremely slick in the fall. That's why New Jersey Transit has their Aqua Train to clean the rails and stuff. But it's not uncommon for trains to slide out of stations during the fall, especially on a lot of the suburban lines in New Jersey. So I didn't see the second part of that question. What is the purpose of safety? Which I did answer. And what is the purpose of switching? So the switching position is just the first point of power on the master controller. It gets your train speed up to about 30 miles an hour. That's all it does. So on the Aero 3 controller, switching gets you to 30, P1 gets you to about 50, P2 gets you to about 70, and then P3 will get you up to the maximum operating speed of 100 miles an hour. Aero equipment is limited to 80 miles an hour by the timetable, which is, that speed limit is enforced on the cab signal system. So if you want to run arrows at 100 miles an hour, you have to cut out the cab signaling system in order to do that. Yes, the arrows do not have automated announcements in real life. If you want to be realistic, you can just go into the settings and just turn them off when you're running on air equipment. I'm choosing not to because who cares? And besides, this is a stream to show off the Morristown line and all its different features. So we'll keep the announcements on, even though it's technically not realistic for the arrows to have them. Okay, so between Morris Plains and Morristown, there is another phase gap. So once again, all you have to do to go through the phase gap is remember to put the master controller in the coast position. I will point out the signage as we approach. Going eastbound, you're going downhill anyway here, so you shouldn't be drawing power to begin with. If anything, you should be sort of tapping the brakes. Alright, you got your car marker signs on the overhead. Coming up on our PG signs, here it is, our phase gap sign with the magnet. Our actual dead zone here, and the other phase gap sign and the other magnet. Alright, so we are through the phase gap between Morris Plains and Morristown. There are 3 phase gaps on the Morris and Essex line. The one here between Morristown and Morris Plains, the one between Maplewood and South Orange, and there's one just right by Meadows interlocking. So by the MMC, there's one. And then obviously you have the voltage change gap going between the Morristown line and the Northeast Corridor at Kearny Junction.
This station stop is Morristown.
Okay, Convent Station will be next. Right around the corner up front is going to be the Con Road grade crossing. That was made a quiet zone a number of years ago, so we will not be blowing the horn for that crossing. As I blow the horn for that crossing.
The next station stop is Convent. When leaving the train, please watch the gas. This station stop is Convent.
Ugh. Got another door fault that we have to find. It's knowing my luck, it's all the way in the rear of the train. There it is. Do not want to walk off. Can we please close the door? Hang on. I don't want to walk off. I want to close the door. Okay. Alright. Well, we're just going to eat delays here, I guess. Troubleshoot that door. Do I still have the... I think I still have the conductor panel keyed up in the front. That's probably why I can't do that. Yep. Oops. There we go. Turn that off. One more. Okay. Nope, still not working. I don't want to walk off. I want the door. Oh, there we go. Okay, all right. Ay, ay, ay. On. There we go. Okay. Thanks for the sub. Alrighty. Good to go. I've been trying to make up some of this time, so we're just gonna load and go here. So I don't actually mod for Train Sim World. I prefer to submit any change suggestions directly to Dovetail, because I can just sort of supply them with the sounds they need, and I have a pretty good working relationship with the dev team there, and we can usually get needed changes worked into the content in a reasonable time. That being said, honestly, I think the ALP-45 horn is fine the way it is right now in the game. It's a standard raised letter horn that's been choked to NJT levels. It's what you would hear if you were out on the system and a 45 was coming towards you. So honestly, I don't think the ALP-45 horn really needs to be changed. I think it's perfect the way it is.
The next station stop is Chatham. When leaving the train, please watch the gap. This station stop is Chatham.
So, what I've noticed in my travels through this line in this game so far is that if you have no idea what you're doing in terms of where to start braking and whatnot, and you have the automated announcements turned on, if you start braking about where the announcement plays for the arrival into a station, that's usually a good benchmark to use. So in that instance, you heard the lady say, this station stop is Chatham. When leaving the train, please watch the gap. When that announcement plays, that's probably about when you should shut power off and actually grab, like, at least a suppression brake if you're doing track speed. That'll set you up to come down to a nice stop where you want the train. Hi, Lori. I also live near this line.
The next station stop is Summit. When leaving the train, please watch the gap. This station stop is Summit.
Okay, so, as promised, I said we would stop at Summit since this is where we've already been. And we are gonna now go into the main menu, and we're gonna put some 12-car arrows on the corridor. That's gonna take some setup because I don't believe that the 12-car arrow setup is on this one. No, it is not. So we're gonna have to make it because NJT arrow 3 12 car. Formation builder, add official, arrow 3, yes. Repeat. Alright, so there's 1, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12. Save. Okay, exit. Yes. Should work. Sometimes it bugs out, so formation builder, save, exit. Actually, no. What'd I do? There we go. I do actually want to change something here. Formation builder. I want to reverse the last pair. Options. Flip. Confirm. Save. Exit. Yes. Cool. Back. Scenario planner. Let's go to the Trenton line. Jersey arrows. We're gonna edit this. All right, so I need to pull up. Let's see. Let me pull up the schedule. Let's see. Okay, so we want train 3723 is 12-car arrows. So that starts at New York at 4:20. So this is right now I'm just changing the time for the opposing train that's going to be coming east. It's not player controlled, confirmed. Scenario details, we're going to change the start time of scenario to 14:20. Confirm. We're going to add a new service. This is going to be NJ Rail 3723. 3723. Confirm. New path. I can never remember which track I need to be on for this, but I believe it's track. I want to try track 9. Oh, nope, that's not it. Go back. Track 7. That's also not it. Track 11. Yes. All right. B. So 3723 makes Secaucus, Newark, Airport, and then express to Metro Park. Yep, okay, so that's correct. So we're gonna make all stops. Confirm instructions. Arrow 3s. Personal, 12 cars. And then this is gonna deadhead back to New York. Track 10. And we're not gonna make any stops because that's a deadhead. Confirm service, and then add new pad. There's no new path to be had. Actually, you know what? Hang on. Edit. Try track 8. So track 8's the local track, but I believe confirm instructions. You can go from track. Oh, you can't. Never mind. Okay, that was a waste. Edit. Track 10. Confirm. Destination. No stops. Confirm service. Save and exit. And then I also want to just add a random service from Trenton. So start Trenton. What comes out of Trenton at 4:30-ish in the PM? Does anything come out at 4:30-ish? Oh, 4:40 is 3862. So 4:40. NJ Rail 3862 is not player controlled, so I don't want to do that. Add path. We'll start from Trenton, track 2. Yes. New York Penn on track 12. Actually, you know what? Go to track 1. What stops does this make? This makes everything to Metro Park? Or no, everything to Rahway? Is that Rahway? Yeah, it's Rahway, actually. This doesn't make Rahway. I can't do this one. Go back. Track 12. That doesn't make anything. Track 3. There we go. Penn 3. So we're going to make Hamilton Junction, Metro Park, Rahway, skip Linden, skip Elizabeth. Wait, what? 60, 38. Oh, Linden. Okay, Linden, Elizabeth, North Elizabeth. Okay, so none of those 3, and then we make everything else. Yep, correct. Okay, confirm instructions. Confirm service, arrows, because I feel like it. Loaded arrows, new path. Can't do new path because this game sucks. Save and exit. Okay. Alright. Save and exit. Alright. Jersey Arrows. Let's play this scenario. Okay. Cool. Okay, so we are in New York Penn Station on track 11. So we're going to set up our arrows. I don't need the visor. Alerter on. Safety systems on. Control plug. Cutout valve. We are already in full service, so the brakes are charging. Horn test. Horn works. Ditch lights. Manual. Headlight test. Headlight works. Vestibule on. Markers off. Train number on. Cool. Okay, while we're waiting to go, I actually do want to show you guys a cool feature on the arrows in the interior cab. So this is the cabin lighting. You have 3 light switches in the rear. These are actually accurate. So they do control the correct bank of lights as they would in real life. So I'm going to turn off the number 1 switch. You see a bank of lights has turned off. I'm going to turn that back on. Oops. Helps if I don't click out of the game. Okay. Come on. There we go. Turn switch 2 off. different bank of lights has turned off. Turn switch 2 back on. Turn switch 3 off. Different bank of lights has turned off now. So this was actually modeled correctly. I did do the test footage for DTG to reference. So if you feel like playing around with these lights in the game, know that they are accurate. And also know that they are accurate in the sense that they only control the lights in the car that you are flipping the switches on. So turn them back on. Cool. Okay, time is 4:22. That is leaving time, so let's close down. Oh my gosh. Alright, we are deactivating that because I'm not dealing with this. Gameplay. Is it in general? Random behaviors, train faults. I thought I disabled all this crap. Disabled. Low, high, normal, low. Enable random behaviors. Disable. Okay. E. Escape. Urgh. Gotta go find this door now. Rawr. Oh, this is a freaking 12-car train. It could be anywhere on the train. Knowing my luck, it is literally in like the 11th or the 12th car. Oh, come on. Oh, here it is. Alright. How to do the doors. Local open. Local close. Well, that didn't work. Alright, there we go. Alright, so local close. Alright, should be good now. Ay. Off to a great start. 37:23 is already running 2 minutes late out of Penn Station. But there's schedule padding, so we should be able to make up some time. Okay. Alright, good to go. Alright, so we're going to perform a running brake test. So that's train up to 10 miles an hour. Brakes to 12 pound set. Watch train speed fall at least 3 miles an hour. And release the brakes. Okay, NJ Rail 3723. Good running. Roger, good running. The other thing I really like about this new content is that they actually have the suspension feature turned on now. So you can see as the train is going over all of these interlocking switches and the frogs, we're actually sort of bouncing around as the train wheels go over those frogs, which is very nice. Very nice. It's really good for the immersion. Really makes you feel like you're actually on the train. So it's really cool. Okay, let's see here. Okay, we are due into Secaucus at 4:32. So 4:32. I might need to actually use the sun visor here. Let's see.
The next station stop is Secaucus. When leaving the train, please watch the gap. This station stop is Secaucus.
Cool. So even though we left New York 2 minutes late, I believe we're still on time. We don't leave Secaucus till 4:32 on the schedule, so we have about 30 seconds. I think what I'll do is I'll actually, this will be one of the stops where I record the departure from the outside, because that really will give you an idea of really sort of how fast these arrows really pick up. Because you got a 12-car train, and if I leave the throttle pegged to P3 coming out of the station, I could probably get up to about like 45 miles an hour before the last car clears the platform. So if I can get these people to stop walking through me, that'd be nice. All right. Yeah, well, so on the Trenton line, the Secaucus departure from track B is sort of hindered because you got all these signal restrictions you got to clear, and then the 60-mile-an-hour switch restriction if you go routing that way. But yeah, we'll definitely see some high-speed station takeoffs further down the line. So like Metro Park will be a good spot. I think Newark Airport I might be able to do as well. Hey, what's up, NT Central? Yeah, I'm usually never live. Actually, this is, I think, the first time I'm actually live on this channel. But yeah, so many thanks to NYCTA Railfan for letting me use his setup. But I figured the release of TSW6 and Morristown with the arrows and the dual modes was a good opportunity to venture into streaming. So no, each scenario is standalone. Each custom scenario is standalone. So if you load into one scenario, it's only going to show you those trains that you've programmed for that specific scenario. It's not going to load every single other scenario that you've created for that route, if I'm understanding your question correctly there. Yes, so if you're talking about the other trains that I scheduled in this specific arrow scenario, yes, you will see the train that came out of Jersey Avenue, and you will see the train that left from Trenton, if that's what you're asking. Okay, 3723. Newark Penn Station at 4:40. Oh my gosh, I am so early. 4:42. So we're gonna be here for a little bit. Let's see here. So yeah, so the issue with trying to recreate the timetable schedule on Scenario Creator, I guess, is that I don't know if you noticed when I was trying to create the scenario, they didn't include every single possible path you could have out of every single possible track you could originate. So like, you get to a point where the train that you dropped in no longer, I guess, can go anywhere because it hits a dead end. So I don't really like using the scenario editor to create scenarios like this because of those like sort of limitations that you have. But ultimately, for quick like single jaunt runs like this, it's passable. Like, you can use it. I'm trying to find that other train. I don't know where it is right now. Oh, he's coming into Rahway. Okay, so we'll see him probably by like Elizabeth, I would think. The other guy should just be leaving Trenton now. Yes, correct. Alright, so 3862 is leaving Trenton. We'll probably see him, I want to say, by Metro Park or Metuchen, maybe? Maybe closer to Metuchen. But yeah, so... still got a minute and 30 seconds. Let's take this time to run around Newark. I think I got the rear of the train on. Pulled far enough in, right? Ooh, yes. I did pull far enough in. So the rear of the train is on the platform. Are the markers on in the rear? I wasn't paying attention before. Yes, the markers are on in the rear. You got your coupler adapter. The horn is here. Speaking of horn, the Arrow 3 horn is also one of my recordings that I gave to Dovetail. I think this is mine. Yeah, I think this is mine. Oh, forgot that was open. Yeah. I do still have that horn somewhere. I do still own that horn. So, the Arrow 3 horns, the Wabco AA2s are really nice horns. They're very compact. They are cast iron, so they're very heavy. But they also take very little air to blow. Like, you could blow an Arrow 2 horn with lung power. I've done it. Yes, it does have the 25 kV sticker. Unfortunately, there is no option to change that decal right now. I'm sure someone can create a mod for it, to say 12K for corridor operations. All right, 42. Let's close down and proceed on. Oop, come on. And there's that traction fan, traction transformer fan spool up sound again. Pretty cool. I mean, you can sort of. It's not perfect, but it kind of works. Okay, so Newark Airport, we are scheduled to make that at 4:48 p.m. 4:48, so we got some scheduled padding into Newark. The nice thing about 3723 is that every stop after Newark Penn Station is an L stop, which means we can leave early if we get there early. Coming through Hunter Interlocking now. This is where the Raritan Valley line branches off to the right. The wire, you can see, it does go up a few cat poles, but it does not go very far. Alright, so this is one of the stations where I'm going to try to actually make the stop from the outside. Which shouldn't be too hard. I just need to get the last car on. Okay, here we go. Okay, how many cars did I slide out of the station? The rear of the first car's on. Good enough. What did I say, 48? Yeah, I think it's 48 out of airport. We're still under a 45, because what are they doing? Oh, they're crossing us over onto track 2. No, track 3. Yeah, we're going from 5 to 4 to 3 at lane. That's why we're stuck with a 45-mile-an-hour cab speed right now. Alright, 48. Let's close down and go. Metro Park, next stop. I want to change something. Settings, is it general? Oh no, it's not. No, it's players. Nope. Accessibility. I think it's accessibility. Nope, not accessibility. What? Screen. No. Advanced settings. Nope. Player assist. Nope. HUD and gameplay. It's... Ah, here we go. Mass units, short tons, distance feet, temperature Fahrenheit, gradient units, percentage, apply. Okay. Alright, there we go, that's better. Yeah, as I wanna see my distance measurements on the heads-up display in feet, not yards. Yards doesn't do anything for me. Yeah, Aaron, so the signals on the Trenton line are still kind of borked. You're gonna get stuff that's non-conforming, and just the nature of the way it was set up. I don't know if it's ever gonna actually be fixed. So some of these moves, you're gonna get signals that you don't actually expect for them. Come on, give me the clear, give me the clear, give me the clear. There we go, clear. Ay, ay, ay. I just sort of, deal with it as it comes. So we are in D class equipment. So D speed through here is still 55 miles an hour. So I know you see it says 75. I will not be doing 75. We will be doing 55. And there's those other arrows. So we'll do dim. And rear end of my train is clear the curve. Let's get back up to track speed. Alright, so as you can see there, on the arrows, you can sort of push the... You can push the train to 84 before it gives you a... cab signal alarm. Now if you shut the system off, then you can do however fast the train will let you get up to. But we're just sort of mucking around because I'm trying to get this red circle to disappear again. That's a bug. We know about it. It's going to get addressed. Come on, give me the alarm. Or, oh, don't give me the alarm. Interesting bug. Alright. See how fast we can get the arrows up to then. Just going to keep going. Ooh. I'm surprised it took us this long to see a temporary speed restriction. I think we saw one very early on, but it was very inconsequential. And likewise, this is also very inconsequential because we're not even allowed to really do over 80 on these cars. Should not have gotten a drop there. That's another issue with these signals. We are crossing over from 3 to 4 to Metro Park, but we shouldn't have gotten that signal drop until much later. Should be at the distance signal to Island, not at Rhodes. So that alarm happens when the system loses contact with the access transponders or the PTC transponders. And in conjunction with that alarm, you should see something on the SDU screen that says LEIC, which means Locomotive Engineer in Control. That display is not implemented into the system yet. I don't know if we'll ever actually get it in the system, but whenever you get that alarm, all you have to do is just acknowledge it. But if you don't acknowledge that alarm, it will throw you into a penalty brake application. So if you ever hear that alarm, just make sure you just hit the Q key or press an acknowledge button in the cab. And take care of that alarm. Alright. Crossing over.
Stop is Metropark. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
Okay, Metro Park Station. Metro Park Station. We were supposed to leave here at 5:03, and it is 5 o'clock. So, as soon as we're done loading, we're gonna go. Once again, Metro Park, Metuchen, Edison, and New Brunswick are all L stops, so if we get there early, we can leave early. Let me reset the PTC system. There we go. Alright, so I'm going to actually record this one again from the exterior because there's no speed restrictions here, so we can see what the arrows can really do coming out of the station. Oh, 50 miles an hour before the end of the platform. Pretty good. Alright, Metuchen and Edison are both shorter platforms. They're about 8 or 9 cars each. So standard practice for this train is to pull the head 4 cars off. So 4 cars times 85 feet is... Oop, don't want to do that. 340 feet. So I'm gonna pull about 330-ish feet off of the end of the platform at both the next 2 stops, and that should get us to have the head 4 cars off. See if we can do that correctly.
The next station stop is Metuchen. When leaving the
Alright, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, you know what? Perfect. We got the rear 8 or so cars on. Very nice. I will take that. Alright, fair enough. 3 minutes early. See where we're at Edison. I'll have to check the timetable again. To be fair, both routes are modeled pre-COVID, so let's see. 37:23 makes Edison at 15. Ooh, I am really early. Yeah, there's just so much schedule padding on these runs. It's crazy.
The next station stop is Edison. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
Okay, so we're not gonna be quite 4 cars off here. And that's fine, because I'm not gonna bother spotting it. Oh, I thought I turned that off. Why are you doing this? Okay. Which door is the offending door? I have no idea which door is the offending door. That's cool. Awesome. Great. Oh, it's that one. Cool. Okay. Oy, ay, ay. Close down. Alright, New Brunswick. New Brunswick next. So we're stuck at 45 here because we're crossing over into B track at Jersey Avenue. I'm not sure if you're actually supposed to get the signal drop this early. I don't think so. I know you get a drop to medium speed at New Brunswick if you're crossing over to B track. Hey, there's the other train. Surprised it hasn't started yelling at me yet. There it is.
The next station stop is New Brunswick. When leaving the train, please watch the gas.
Alright, so New Brunswick, we're gonna pull 2 off, so that's gonna be about 170-ish feet past the marker. Say like 175 feet past the marker. Okay, let's see. Yeah, that's about right. Is the rear of the train on? I can't even see. There's no lights back here. Jesus, it is dark. It is not on. The rear two cars are off, I think, which is actually fine. Yeah, because this door, I can't tell if this is... Yeah, that door is open. I can't tell if it's on the platform. There's no lights over here. That's fine. Hey, Justin, how are you doing? Okay, next and final, Jersey Avenue. There's switches in the actual car that you can use to shut the lights off. So, when we get to Jersey Avenue, I'll show you guys again, in case you missed the first demonstration. Frankly, with us doing 20 miles an hour for the next freaking mile and a half, I could probably just do it now. Hang on. Alright, there you have it. Interior car lights. So, I don't know if you can go straight from a clear to a approach slow. I think the system has to step you down. Like you can't just go straight from like a clear 125 to an approach slow. That doesn't make sense to me. I would expect you to get at least a limited like a approach limited, and then an approach medium, and then an approach slow. I don't know that you go, like, going straight from a clear to an approach slow doesn't make sense to me. I'm also not qualified on the territory, just saying. But in terms of logic, I would expect the signal system to step me down from MAS to an approach slow, versus just going from a clear signal straight to an approach slow. Blech, tongue twisters. Okay. Almost there. Yeah, see that makes more sense. That makes much more sense. Yes, you can actually close a car. I believe if you go into the circuit breaker for a specific car and throw the breaker for the doors, those doors should not open. I don't know if that actually is functional in the simulation, but in reality, that's how that should work. You can isolate a car if you need to isolate a car.
The next station stop is Jersey Avenue. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
Interesting. I'll have to see if any of my engineer buddies are aware of that. 3723, 525 into Jersey Avenue. So we're not terribly early. Oh crap. And that's what I get for violating the FRA rule about not looking at your phone when you're operating trains. Ay. It's getting late. We're coming up on 4 hours in this stream. There's one more thing I want to look at before we call it a night. And again, that is the track pad at Mount Tabor going east. That's far enough. I don't want to go past the AC motor stop here. Okay, headlights off. Handle in, handle off. Bleed the brake pipe. Marker on. And far enough down. Emergency. Unlock doors. Control plug out. Cutout valve. Handle to off. And yep, there we go. This is Jersey Avenue. It is super dark now. I swear that the torchlight doesn't do anything. Like, this literally does not help at all. Like, what kind of a flashlight is this? Absolute garbage. I can't see! Eyes a pole! There's the front of the train. Trapdoor. Hello. Trapdoor. Oh, trapdoor. There we go. Key. Close local. Close rear. Close rear. Okay, we are not fixing that. Okay, alright. Main menu, yes. Okay. Morristown. timetable. I want to be in... What should we do this in? We should do this in... I think the trick is finding a train that actually makes Tabor going eastbound, because unless you know the schedule by heart, which I do not, it's kind of tricky finding the trains that actually do make Tabor going east. I need a Dover train for sure. Dover! Okay. Let's try a... Does this one make Tabor? Guess we're about to find out. Alright. Dover? No, Dover. Tabor? No! Doesn't make Tabor. You know, I have the schedule open. I don't know why I'm not looking at it. I'm silly. I do not do train simulator mods anymore. So I don't even have that game installed on my computer. Let's see. Alright, so this is the NEC timetable. I need the M&E timetable, which is right here. Whoa. Alright, to New York. Stuff that makes Tabor... 6650 makes Tabor. Let's see. What over? 66... 44, I just tried that. That doesn't make Tabor. 6636. Does 6636 make Tabor? Where are you? 6630. Ooh, 6636 does make Tabor. Alright, so hopefully this is correct. October. Clouds. Go. Alright. There we go. Yes, there are X moves in the timetable. So, for example, I think, what was it, 643 or 645 are arrow 3s from Hoboken to Dover, and they X back into Hoboken as X60 or something like that. That's in the schedule. So if you wanted to run arrows nonstop from Dover to Hoboken, you could do that on X60. Alright, doors. Yes, we do make Tabor, so cut in. Oh, you're talking about the Hoboken yard moves. Yeah. Yeah, they have those. So as of right now, I'm not aware of any plans to do the New Jersey Transit F40s. That being said, if you really, really, really wanted the operating experience, the Caltrain F40s are actually a good substitute, because the Caltrain F40s also have manual lap brakes. So from an operating standpoint, it wouldn't be too different to operate a Caltrain F40 on New Jersey Transit. That being said, I have no idea if the Caltrain F40s are compatible with the multi-level equipment. I mean, you're certainly welcome to try to build that consist and see if it'll actually run. There's no guarantees whether or not those two pieces of equipment will actually play nice together. Yes, I can do that. Hang on. Let me do a running break first. There you have it. There's the exterior horn for the ALP-45. It is indeed updated from the DTG pre-release live stream. They did receive a lot of feedback about the ALP-46 horn being recycled onto the ALP-45 horn. So we were able to get that switched over to a proper ALP-45 style horn before it was released. Alright, let's stop dogging. Get up to track speed here. I think we have, I think it was like, what, 8 cars? Yes, we have 8 cars. Okay, so on the brake guide that I have already written up, that I will be using in the brake guide video further down the line, it has a note for eastbound trains calling at Mount Tabor to spot the pad. If you are in the cab car, you have to pull about 50 to 55 feet past the objective marker. If you are in an ALP-45, you have to pull approximately 125 feet past the marker. And if you are in an ALP-46, you need to pull approximately 120 feet past the marker. Now, the 50 to 55 foot past the marker instruction would also apply to arrows if you were in arrows, because you're just in a cab car that happens to be powered. But yeah, so we're in a 45. So when we get to Mount Tabor, I will pull approximately 125 feet past the objective marker, and that should spot the rear of the first car and the front of the second car on the station pad there. So we'll see how well that works. The cab car does not have a new horn. The cab car and the ALP-46 use the same horn that they came with on the Trent route. So I will say this about licensing. There are things in the works that I am aware of that I am not allowed to talk about. So I would say definitely stay tuned to future announcements as they come out. For right now, I believe the next thing that they're doing, which they have announced, is Stamford. So you're going to be getting Metro North from Grand Central to Stamford, New Haven line. And after that, you'll just have to wait and see what they decide to do next. But it is promising. Look at this scenery. It's just beautiful. So this here is Essling Lake, just between Dover and Denville. Really nice place. Very quiet. See a lot of people sometimes, they actually wander out onto the bridge here and they fish. Don't think it's legal, but they do it anyway, so.
The next station stop is Denville. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
I definitely forgot to turn on the alerter and the cab signals. I was wondering why it wasn't beeping at me.
This station stop is Denville.
We got another minute. Check out Denville while we're here. So we got the M&E tracks. And then we got the Montclair Booten Line tracks. So the Booten Line tracks don't quite go terribly far. But you do go a bit of a ways. I don't think... Oh, okay, so the camera's stuck here. I can't go further than this, actually. But you do have the freight Y that's over here. Not sure you could access that either. Parking lot. More parking. Yeah, I don't know why this road is even here, or this access way is even here in real life. It is actually fenced off in real life as well. It would be really nice if this was actually like a public road. It'd be kind of cool. It does go to the next public road, which is really annoying. Yeah, so Denville is pretty much my home station, actually. This is my station of choice if I'm parking at a train station near my house. So Denville is near and dear to my heart. As is Convent Station. Convent Station is a nice stop, too. So let's close down. And I think I opened the wrong doors. Close down. There we go. Alright, once again, we are in an ALP-45, which means I am going to try to pull 125 feet past the objective marker at Mount Tabor, and that should spot my doors for the rear of the first car and the front of the second car on the station pad for track 2.
The next station stop is Mount Tabor. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
take a minimum break here. Bring our train speed down nice and easy so we can spot.
This station stop is
Alright, so I'm a little bit past where I said to stop. Let's see how I did there. I'm probably off.
stand back from the yellow line.
Oh. I got one door on. That's all I need. Yeah. That's all I need. One door. Aha. Yeah, so 120, I think we ended up stopping 133 feet past the marker, which means 125 feet is perfect for the ALP-45s. The ALP-46s are 5 feet shorter, or 6 feet shorter than the 45s, which is why I said try to spot around 120 feet if the ALP-46 is your lead motor. And obviously if you're running from the cab car, the cars are 85 feet long, so you want to stop. And the objective marker is a little bit past the actual pad, so anywhere between 50 and 55 feet or so puts the rear of the cab car on the pad. So yeah, cool. They also only key open the doors manually here, so which is why I'm in exterior camera mode doing the doors manually. Alright. I'm gonna run, I think we'll run to Convent Station just because I like that station, and then we'll call it a night. Yeah, Aaron's right. So so say you have like a new engineer who's not familiar, he'll communicate to his conductor and be like, "Hey, I need a spot on track 2 at Mount Tabor," and then the conductor will use the buzzer to tell him where to stop. Ah, I screwed up. Okay. Oops. I don't know, John. I think maybe if you guys bug DTG enough, they'll do comments on the next New Jersey Transit DLC release. But for now, there's no immediate plans to do comments. Again, if you guys could, please bug them. Tell them you want the PL-42 ACs in the comments. I would love to see those two specific pieces of equipment done for this simulator. The PL-42s would be a nice add. What does it say? 15, 12-pound reduction.
Stop is Morris Plains. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
Yeah, so 12-pound reduction at the start of the siding track puts you nicely onto the platform just under 40 miles an hour.
This station stop is Morris Plains.
Look at that butter stop. 12 pounds right at the start of the freight siding, and I didn't even have to graduate the brakes off. Beautiful. Okay. Hey, you're good, Brandon. We'll work out a date in the future to meet up and stream from your setup. Did you see that brake application I just made come into Morris Plains? That was smooth. Like, I surprise even myself sometimes. 12-pound reduction at the start of the freight siding there, and I didn't even have to touch the brakes. Alright, once again, coming up on the phase gap between Morris Plains and Morristown. Train, shut our lights off to be courteous. Lights back on. Alright, phase gap. So at the PG sign, we're going to hold the manual MCB switch. And we'll let that go at the next PG sign. Alright? Phase gap successfully navigated. Alright, see you later, Susie. You know damn well I run this too much.
The next station stop is Morristown. When leaving the train, please watch the gap. This station stop is Morristown.
Okay. Alright, Convent Station's a really fun stop to make in push-pull equipment if you really know what you're doing. Because I am going to try to get as close to 70 miles an hour after Con Road, and then we're going to just slam on the brakes. So if you're on this train and you have coffee, you better put that lid on that coffee and hold on. Because I am not going to be forgiving to you. Brandon, my stopping guide for Convent Station going east is 20-pound reduction at the start of the curves before the platform, and then once you hit the platform, taking another 6 pounds. So you end up with a 26-pound reduction total. That's if you're doing track speed. So we'll play that by ear. Con Road, again, quiet zone, so we're just gonna ring the bell. Come on, little dual mode, you can do it. You can do it.
The next station stop is Convent. When leaving the train, please watch the gap.
That ended up being like a 24-pound reduction, but that's fine. We want to spot with the locomotive right over the crossing, so.
This station stop is Convent.
Right. I'd say that was a accurate stop. Might not have been the smoothest stop in the world, but I made it. Heh. The entire train is on the platform. Alright, so I think we're gonna just run to Summit. I think we're gonna run to Summit and then call it a stream. This train technically makes Short Hills, Milburn, Maplewood, South Orange, Brick Church, Newark Broad, Secaucus on A, and Penn on 7. But it is getting late. We need to eat dinner. I need to go to bed early because I have work in the morning. So we're just gonna go to Summit, call it a stream. So if we have any questions in chat, now is time to ask them. We'll do our best to answer them before we sign off for the night. Hello from Germany. Thanks for joining us. These locomotives should be familiar to you because they are of German heritage.
Madison. When leaving the train, please watch the gap. This station stop is Madison.
Yes, that is correct. The ALP locomotives are built in Castle, along with the Trax locomotives for that matter. Okay, can someone confirm whether in real life acknowledging civil speed downgrades is required for the 46DP and 46A? Hmm. Because the 45DP and the 46A use the access system, which is different from the ASIS system, I do believe you need to acknowledge the civil speed downgrades on the 45DP and the 46A. Because it's basically the same system as the MBTA ADU and also the same general system that Amtrak uses on their equipment. It's the Access 2 system, whereas New Jersey Transit's own proprietary system, which is called ASIS, is quite a bit different. Hey, Brandon, you still there? Well, if you're still there, Brandon, keep an eye out for the Chatham station stop. This is another nice, fast station stop that I love making.
The next station stop is Chatham. When leaving the train, please watch the gap. This station stop is Chatham.
Yeah, we're a bit far out. I braked a lot later than I normally do there. I just want to get to Summit at this point. Get to Summit so I can hand this train off and go eat. Ah, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, so I believe the devs are aware that the equipment that the equipment access, you have to acknowledge the cab signal, not the cab, but the civil speed downgrades. There should be already a ticket in for that. But yeah, it doesn't hurt to mention it again, I suppose. Yeah, there's a lot of post-release bug fixes in the works, so by no means is this stuff finalized. They are working on correcting several things and adding more features in, sounds and whatnot, so you'll just have to wait and see what they have in store for. But I can tell you it is very promising. So coming up on a restrictive signal. It must mean they're crossing something in front of us at Summit. Yeah, we'll see. That, again, is another thing that is on the radar. So, we do have people that are part of the beta test program that are knowledgeable in how the system works. So, the hope is that we can get that information over to the correct devs and they can implement it correctly. So, it'll be really nice to see that functionality on the ASUS SDU moving forward. Crap. Oh, 30. Okay. Interesting. Ugh. Oh, so close. So close yet so far. Oh, there go the arrows. Off to Gladstone. Is that a 6-car train? It is a 6-car train. Interesting. I've never actually been down this way. I wonder if New Providence looks any good. If they actually bothered doing anything with it. New Providence. Oh, no, they didn't. There is nothing here. Bare bones. Ooh. Whoa. Eerie. Oh boy. King of Trees, thanks for the sub. Oop, reload. Oh, is that why they oh no, I'm stupid. Never mind. What are we doing? Whee! Mr. Banana, thanks for the sub. Should be getting stepped down to 20 here pretty soon. There it is. Oh, now we get the upgrade. Okay.
The next station stop is Summit. When leaving the train, please watch the gap. station stop is Summit.
All right. Okay. I think that's enough for one day. Yeah, that is enough for one day. All right. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I think we covered pretty much everything that was we had to cover for the Morristown line and all the equipment that comes with the Morristown line. TSW6, again, this is currently in early access.
Will be the 11:34
If you want to pay them extra money, you can have the game now, or if you're perfectly fine waiting till Tuesday, September 30th, you can buy the game and the DLC at the regular price. So once again, this is Train Sim World 6. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.